I think I did it. Good morning, good evening. Welcome back. My name is Alex, working on the FTMO 50K challenge. Um, I hope everything is working right now. I actually moved to my new computer over the weekend. I think I did it right. At least I'm hoping so. Before we get started, you can read the risk disclaimer. As usual, I'm not a financial advisor. Everything discussed here on the channel is for pure entertainment purposes. I'm not responsible for any monetary losses that you occur. It's not my responsibility. This channel is made about me documenting my Forex journey, and currently we're working on the $50,000 FTMO challenge. All right, so keep reading the disclaimer. I'm just gonna do a check here real quick because again, I moved to a new computer, and I hope that I did everything right. Just want to check that my voice can actually be heard out there. Give me 1 second. Okay, looks like we're live. Yay, okay. Perfect. Oh, first try. Awesome. Alrighty, so you can pause the video if you want to continue reading the risk disclaimer and finish it. So let's get started. This is where we're currently at with the FTMO challenge. I finally set up the MyFXBook. Again, I don't even bother about verifying the account and making it public, but I will show you the MyFXBook page on every live stream in the beginning. I did fiddle around a little bit earlier today. We made $60. Like I was just testing something out with a small amount. Yeah, so we're currently down 3.88%. However, we're still within the objectives. Max daily loss is still 1,000 less, and we're still almost 3,000 away from the max daily loss. However, our profit target is currently down 1,900. So, in order to pass the verification, we need to make at least roughly 4,500. It's my own fault. I was stupid. Let's go with the economic calendar. So it looks like we have. I didn't even set this up. Hold on a second. GBP. Okay, and then USD. That's all I'm interested in. There we go. Okay, so we do have USD high impact news in about 7 hours 36. Hopefully by then I'm out of the market. Actually, I will be out of the market. I'll go over that in a second. So looks like we have clear travels ahead. Good. Let's jump into the template. I again changed a few things. I included the Heiken Nashi candles instead of the parabolic SAR dots. It's just cleaner from my point of view, and basically it does the same thing. I mean, not that we would, but let's say we take a trade here and it passes the middle line. As soon as I get my first white candle, which is the bullish candle, I would close one of my positions here. Getting into okay, let me rewind here a little bit. So this is what I'm going to do today. I have my, is that the spreadsheet? No, it's not. That's the spreadsheet. So this is my account size at the moment. And based on a 10% pip stop loss, 1% would be 4.81. I divide that in two, which is 240, which would basically be a 0.5%. And because I want 3 positions, I'm gonna divide that in half again. So my trading size for today is 1.2 lots times 3 because I want 3 positions. So roughly I'm taking 0.75% risk on the trade. Since we are reset on the daily loss, I can do that. And the reason why I take 3 positions is, let me go back a little bit and show you. So the rules are still the same. We have to wait until price goes into the buy or sell area. So for example, here we came into the buy area. This is a new indicator, by the way. This is a non-repaint arrow. However, it's not always accurate, as you can see. However, it's a nice additional confirmation to have when we do get into the buy area or sell area. So in this case, price comes down, goes into the buy area. We get 3 times the indication, okay, something's coming. Just see that as kind of like a head up sign. And then we get this blue resistance, which could be just a little white square in the beginning. Then we get the yellow arrow, and then as soon as we get the confirmation arrow, which would be a green arrow, which is probably on this candle or on the next candle, we can then enter the trade and put the stop loss underneath here. And as you can see, in this case, it would have been 8.7 pips, so we're right within the 10 pip range. And then, as always, as soon as we get a valid exit signal, which would be, again, the non-repainting down arrow, followed by a yellow arrow, followed by a white arrow, which is our arrow that says sell, which was up here. It did not come in here, it actually printed here. When this happens and we are still not at the middle line, which is right above here, I will close out 1 position of the 3, and then I will set my stop loss to break even. Once we pass the middle line, like here, and I get a red Heikin-Ashi candle, I will close the 2nd position, and the 3rd position will be closed when we hit the sell area. Now sometimes the first signal for a trade possibly going the other way might not come in until we hit the middle line. So if this is the case, let's say it just went straight up here without anything, and we get this candle, then I will close out 2 of the 3 positions and then set my stop loss to break even again. So that's how I'm gonna trade tonight. The reason why I do this, I did some back testing over the weekend, and there are situations where price comes back into the buy area, like, I don't know, frustratingly, like 8 to 10 times. So you're gonna have those days. Let me see if I can find one real quick. And that's mostly because we're in a downtrend on the higher time frame. But it does happen, and if that happens, I don't want to take hit after hit after hit after hit. So as soon as I get a reversal indication, which would be the yellow arrow and my buy sell arrow, which is green for buy and white for sell. So let's take this example here. I mean, not that we would have taken that trade because it's not in buy area, but let's say this was in buy area and we get the yellow arrow and then we get the green arrow. So we enter, stop loss goes underneath here, and then I get a yellow arrow going down. I get the white arrow, which is my sell arrow, and I have a red Heikin-Ashi candle. At this point, I will close the first position. Well, actually, because we're over the middle line, I will close both 2 of my 3 positions and set my stop loss to break even and see if we can make it to the other side. If I get stopped out, I just wait for a re-entry. I hope that makes sense. Oh, actually, let me see something. Okay. Not sure the chat is working. So if you're here and you're watching, please let me know that you're here. Say something in the chat. Reason for that is the streaming software that I use just had an update when I moved it over to the new computer, and I was like, okay, update is always good. And it seems like it has a a built-in feature for the YouTube chat now, which I can move around. Let me show you that. So this is supposedly the YouTube chat. And if that works, then I don't have to stretch my head over to the other screen. So if you're here in the chat, let me know. And hopefully you pop up here. Top chat. Oh, live chat. There you go. Okay. So you should pop up here so I can actually instantly react, and you see when your message actually appears in the chat, because there is a delay. So I thought that would be pretty helpful if you can actually see the chat on the screen here. So that I like that feature. I'm just not sure if it works. And I will have my YouTube chat open on the other monitor here. And then we go from there. Also, let me know if the volume is okay with the microphone. I had to use I use a sound bar for my computer sound, and since the new computer is on the other side of my desk, my microphone cable is not long enough to plug into that computer. However, I found out that my soundbar that I'm using for the computer has a microphone input that works, but I'm not sure about the volume and all that. So if it has an amplifier built in for the signal or whatnot. So if it's too loud or too low, please let me know, and then I try to fix it and adjust it accordingly. Like I said, this is all brand new setup, and you can also see here we are running on Windows 11 now. Yay. So I hope that this new computer will not freeze as much as the old one did. However, I did find out during the move and switching or fiddling around with the template that the support and not support, supply and demand indicator that I was using before was actually the culprit for the freeze-ups of my charts. I went back to an older version now of that same indicator, so it looks the same, but no more issues, no more freezing up. Even on a new computer, it was freezing up, and I was like, okay, something's gotta cause that. And sure enough, I remembered that when I found the older version first, that I had no issues, and as soon as I switched it out to the updated version, I had those problems. So now I went back to the previous version that I originally found, which works just the same way for me, and no more problems. So I hope that was it. Which is weird. You would think that the new version has less bugs, but apparently they introduced a bug to it, and that caused the issue, it seems like, at least. So we'll find out tonight. So far, so good. Knock on wood. Excuse me. Yeah, and then I had to, of course, you move everything over to the new computer, the YouTube stuff, and the streaming software, and the MT4. Oh yeah, another thing. Wanted to show you that this is the FXBook personal trade copier, and this is the sender. So we are on the FTMO account. I'm actually able to show you the full screen now, so you can see the bottom icons and you see the top of the MT4. Everything's in there. But yeah, this is my FTMO server 2. It says demo account, but that's what they do with the challenge. And this account basically is going to send all my trades to my small account that I'm using, my small challenge account. And that will be LQDFX, which is this one here. So this is my small challenge account. You can see it's at 611 right now. This is an account I started with 500. Let me show you. I can pull this up. Yeah, you can see here, $500, and we're currently at 611.66, and that's an account that I just opened up last week. You can see this here on 6/22, so 5 days ago. Yeah, and this is receiving all the same trades and then automatically opening them for me, so I don't have to manually trade two accounts. So here's the receiver. And the only difference is that I set my, I'm not sure if you can see that at home, but on the top right, you're going to see lot sizing risk factor is 2. That means whatever whatever trade I open on my FTMO account, it will double the risk accordingly to the account balance. Since FTMO has objectives with you have to stay below 2,500 daily loss and 5,000 altogether. I gotta be conservative with my trading size. However, on my personal account, I don't have those restrictions, so I'm not against taking a little higher risk on my personal account. Because if I have a little bit higher drawdown on that one, I'm not gonna lose the account. So that's why I double my risk on my small account. And that's why we're at 611 already, which is, yeah, over 20% in 5 days. It's not bad. 22, something like that. Let me check. I actually do have a MyFXBook for that. Yep, there it is. Yeah, 22%. That was just one day. Luckily, the day when I lost 2,000. So this was the last day of my challenge, actually, and the first day of my verification. The copying feature was not working, thank God. Otherwise, we would have been down to 500 again, probably. So it did not occur the same loss that I had in my verification account. So I got lucky with that. And yeah, but it's all connected again, running and tested already. So that's why I had a trade already tested out. And yeah, so now we're waiting for, oh yeah, and that's definitely a given. I will not take any trade in the band, meaning here's where the sell zone starts, and on the bottom, the green is where the buy zone starts. Yeah, zoom out a little, you can see buy, and the outer, that's the max. It even comes out of this area sometimes. However, if I'm in a trade and let's say I get in a trade on the buy zone and it closes outside the sell zone on the other side, I will close. Well, I might trade it still up with the high Kanashi candles, but as soon as I get a red candle, I'm out. But usually, if you make it that far, it's definitely a good point to close your trade. So let's hope somebody comes in so I can confirm a few things here, like the chat, for example, or microphone volume. Would be nice if some people show up here. I know Foz asked me if I'm coming online, so I'm hoping that means he's gonna show up at some point. We'll see. Also, yeah, this indicator here, you can see the purple resistance and blue support. I actually changed the settings of that indicator to make it way less sensitive. Otherwise, it would appear all over the place and then repaint and whatnot. It's still gonna repaint, so it's not gonna avoid repainting. However, now if it does appear, you can actually take it a little bit more serious because it's way less sensitive than it comes by default. For example, let me go back here. I'm going back to the trade that made me pass the challenge because I remember that situation. Yeah, here. So this was the trade that made me the challenge. And I remember with the old settings, we actually had a resistance here and then a support again here. And then it continued up. Now we have the support down here and the resistance doesn't come in until actually, take profit area. So again, it does not mean that it won't repaint. It will still repaint. That's why we're waiting for a signal in the buy or sell area. But when we are in a trade and you can consider closing your trade when you see that on at least on the other side of the band, the middle band, because most likely we will have a retracement. So as additional information. And then also I am going to reduce my trading time to 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time still to 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So 4 hours. If I do not get a setup in the 4 hours, I just come back the next day. Again, I did some back testing on the weekend, and 9 out of 10 times we do get a setup between 1 and 5. Actually, there was one on Friday too that we didn't get. Let me go back to find it. Yeah, right here. So I changed the settings of the band, and now it would have been in a buy zone, as you can see here. And I think our buy error came in somewhere around here. So that would have been our trade from here to here, stop loss, and then exit up here somewhere. I think the error came in here. So that's a trade that we missed on Friday, because I used different settings for the band. This is now fixed, so this should not happen again that we missed that trade. So yeah, usually between 1 and 5 a.m. you get a setup. If you do not get a setup, then I'm just gonna stay out the market and come back the next day, period. Because I don't want to sit here for like 12 hours until I pass out, like I actually did on Friday, where I literally passed out towards the end of the video. And again, I was back testing all weekend, and pretty much all the setups, if they do happen, happen between 1 and 5. If it does not happen between 1 and 5, they actually happen in the New York session, at least. But of course, I'm not going to come back again for New York session. I'm just going to call it a night and then come back the next day. So sometimes I'm just not going to take a trade, period. So that's my plan going forward. And you really don't have to. I mean, if you get 2-3 good trades a week, that's all you really need. So there's no reason to force a trade or break your back over sitting at the chart, excuse me, for 12 hours just to get a trade in. So I'm sorry. My voice is giving up. I don't even know where. I did not even party this weekend. I mean, I went to a party, but I did not party. So anyway, yeah, those are the changes going forward. Simple. Oh yeah, one more thing I wanted to show you. So those arrows, the green one and the white one, I had to make it white because when I had it red originally, it would not stick out compared to the red Heikin-Ashi candles. So I just made it white so they stick out. So green is basically our buy arrow, and white is our sell arrow. And they also need to be confirmed by the yellow arrow. And then also I would like to see at least one bar, because we usually get really early entries. I'm not going to put much weight on this indicator because this one repaints too much, but the volume indicator, let's say we're taking a sell here, I want to see at least one red bar at some where I take my entry or before, meaning you can clearly see here we went from bullish volume to bearish volume at this point. So if I get the signal here, then I will consider this a confirmation to take the entry. Again, this indicator, do not put much weight on it because it repaints like crazy. However, the volume is what it is on closing of the candle. It's not going to change. So if I get a volume confirmation, then even better. Like for example now, look at this. Should I take this straight? No. Not taking it. It's not in my sell zone, so I'm gonna stick to my rules. However, you know, if that would happen in the sell zone, I would take that trade. You can see we have the arrow, the non-repaint arrow. You can see this little white square in there that is basically the resistance indicator before it really prints. And then we have a yellow arrow, we have a white arrow, and we do have significant bearish volume. So that will be a confirmation. But I'm gonna stick to my rules here since we are in the trading zone now. Yeah, so that's why I have the volume indicator on here. And just to show you how this arrow comes to be, I'm gonna show you a different template. Okay, so all the additional indicators that you see here, let me make this a little bit bigger. All of these is the arrow. When they all agree, I get that arrow. Just so you can see the difference. And that, of course, makes the chart look a lot cleaner. So let me go back so you can see the difference again. Boom. Much cleaner chart. But that's how that arrow comes to be. So in the EA, you can select up to 9 different indicators. I chose 6 of them that I think work really well together. One of them is this one here, which we don't need. Yeah, and when they all agree, I get that arrow. That's how that arrow comes to be. And then again, rule is it has to be in the sell or buy zone. We have to have the support or resistance indicator, and we have to have volume in trade direction. So if we take a buy, then I want to see at least one green bar. And if we take a sell, I want to see at least one red bar as confirmation. And that's it. You do not need the repaint arrow. Again, it's not very, even though it does not repaint, it's not very accurate. However, if it does come in before you take a trade, it's a nice confirmation, like let's say here or here. Here you get 3 of them and you're in the buy zone, so that's a nice nice thing to see before you take a trade. Let me put it that way. I'm gonna keep an eye on that, and I might even make a decision that if I do get that non-repaint arrow before a trade entry, then I might even double my risk and consider that a class trade, if that makes sense, because I get that additional confirmation, and you can see this trade actually worked out. We had this pullback in the middle, but it did eventually reach the other side. So I would consider that a higher tier class trade than without the arrow. But like I said, I have to watch it first. I just found it over the weekend and had a friend of mine confirm that it's indeed non-repaint. But other than that, I don't notice an indicator yet enough to trust it. But if that seems the case, where I do get that arrow right before a trade entry, and it turns out that it is accurate in that point, that it will actually go to the other side and not just go to the middle and then come back, then I might consider taking twice the risk when I see that arrow before the trade end, especially if I see several of them. So here, for example, we did not get that arrow. You don't see it here. However, we did get it here. Yeah. So that is a good example of why I go with 3 position. If you guys remember, we actually took that trade and we did lose it. We lost that trade. So let's say we enter where we entered on that day, and you see price coming down, and then we get the arrow going the other way. I think we got a my buy arrow here as well. So if that happens, I would close out 1 position because we are not past the middle line yet, and set my other 2 to break even. So it would have stopped me out for the other 2, and would have booked the profit for one position. And then on this candle, we got the yellow and the sell arrow. Again, I back tested over the weekend. So we could have re-entered right here and take 3 positions again because we were stopped out. And then look. So here you didn't even get the arrow, so it came down here. So here you would have closed two out of the 3. And then when you get the support and resistance and all the other confirmations come in, you would have closed the rest of the trade and be done. But instead of losing a trade, we would have booked a little bit of profit that way and then resold it here and made a good profit on that. So that's why I changed my way of looking at it. So that's why I'm taking 3 positions from now on. 1 position to be closed as soon as I get signs of reversal, like here. I close one of them, set my stop loss to break even to protect my account. I would have been stopped out, and then I had a re-entry right here on this candle. And then we take another 3 positions and then close out 2 of them here and the last one down here. And we have a successful day of trading without a loss. Would have booked a little bit of profit here and then a good profit here and call it a day. Okay, let me see in the Telegram chat. Oop. Let me see if Foster's here. I need some help with adjusting the volume of the microphone. Like I said, I'm using the soundbar microphone input now because that's the only one my microphone can reach. So I'm not sure if I'm loud enough or not loud enough, or I can work with that. I can turn up the volume or down. I just need someone to verify if it's good or not. I am considering buying a better mic, even though this microphone is not bad, but the cable is just really, really short. I'm thinking of getting like one of those streamer microphones with a long USB cable and a microphone arm and all that. There are actually pretty decent microphones for around $50 and $20 for the microphone stand, so it's not that bad. However, I want to see how this goes first. Like I said, my first priority at this point is to pass the challenge, and I'm not thinking about anything else before that happens. And I will also not take any trade that is not in the sell or buy zone, even though this looks really good because we pushed down here, we created this supply zone and we just tapped into it before we got that signal. And this is now showing that we are actually going down. So I'm really tempted to take a trade right there. I might take just 1 position. Ah, interesting. Now it goes higher. Now I'm not taking a trade anymore. So yeah, so let's say you go into a trade and the trade goes down, and then you get the white and the yellow arrow and a white high Kanashi candle. I will close one of the positions and set my stop loss to break even. If I am in a trade and I'm in a negative at this point when this happens, like it would be here, I still close the trade. At least that's the plan for now. I will take the hit, the 2 pips, 3 pips, whatever. I will take the hit on all 3 positions and reopen if I get a signal going the other way again. However, this candle needs to close and the yellow arrow needs to stay there. It just came on this candle, so we have white high Kanashi, we have a white buy arrow, and we have the yellow arrow, but so far it hasn't stuck. So on the candle close, it was not there. So when this candle opened and reappeared, so we would have to wait for this candle to close before we close for a loss. And it looks like it might actually turn around again. So this could be a valid trade. But like I said, I'm not breaking my rules. I wait until it's in the buy zone or sell zone before I even consider taking a trade. Okay, let me see when my chat is here. Okay. Aha, and the chat works too. Okay. If I was, yeah, volume is okay. Is it? Should I turn it up a little bit, or Go a little bit lower. Hey, and the YouTube chat works too. This is awesome. So I can actually have everything on one screen. I like that. Yay, I did something right. Yeah, I can adjust the volume if you want me to. I'm not sure where I'm at with my volume here. So I have some room to the upside, and I can definitely turn it down. You be the judge of that. Just let me know. I can increase or decrease. It's good? Okay. Wow, right out of the gate. I'm impressed with myself. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just glad it worked out, actually. So yeah, I like that the chat is now on the screen as well, so you can see the delay in the stream. There's quite a delay there. I think it's like 20 seconds or 30 seconds, something like that. So yeah, again, three partial trades that I take based on 0.75% risk on 10 pips. And I'm not going to fiddle around with the position size manager. Like I said, I have my spreadsheet here. I just type in my account size. It gives me the basically 0.5% risk here. I divide that by 2, which is 1 lot and 20. And I use 3 of those, so it comes out to about 0.75 altogether if you add that up. No, the delay is going to be the same on both, but you can see, I see your messages instantly. When you type something, I see it right away. But you get an idea how long it takes until you can see it on the screen. So you can see that there's an actual delay between when you type it and I respond to it, if that makes sense. So I see a message instantly. There's no delay. When you type something in a chat, I see it right away. But you can see from where you type it that moment until you actually see it on the stream popping up in the chat, you can see the delay there. So that's how long it takes until you get a response from me if I see something in the chat. Because it usually takes about 1 minute to 2 minutes until you can hear my response to the chat message. That's why I put that chat on there. And because it was a feature with the update, I was like, yeah, why not? Oops. Might have to, let me try something. If I push this out here. Yeah, that works. Oh. Nope. There you go. Now we got both next to each other. And then maybe the Telegram chat here. Make this smaller. Smaller. Can I make it smaller? No. Okay. Is that the smallest? That's the smallest. Okay, well, let me put this down here. Maybe we can get them all on one screen. Go down a little. Maybe a little more. Okay, and this up a little. So. Up that out the same width. And then I just move this over a little bit. There we go. Look at that. Now we got all 3 on one screen. chart, YouTube chat, and Telegram chat. Yay! Yeah, and this is not the sell zone is up here. That's where it starts, and this interrupted line is basically the extreme. If it comes out of there, I'm definitely interested in taking a trade. Okay, so now we got the confirmation with the resistance here. I'm gonna pop this up a little bit so I can see the volume better. Yeah. Not that I would take a trade here. I'm just interested to see what's happening here. I will not take a trade when it's not in the buy or sell zone. Period. I did earlier today just to test the connection between my FTMO account and my personal small account to see if that works, and it did. That's why I already booked $60 profit for today. But like I said, that was just a test to see if it works. The trade happened to work out, but it was a small amount, so I'm really excited. I'm on a new computer, no more lagging. I have the YouTube chat here. I have Faucet popping up in Telegram. Hey, Fox. Thank you very much for helping me out. I like this. It's much easier, so I don't have to, move my head so much over to the left and right. Working. That's awesome. It's a good setup. We're getting there. And I have my Pip Counter that was requested. I'm not sure if it's big enough for you guys to see, but that's the biggest one I could find. It shows you the current trade if you have a trade, and it shows you the pips on a day. You can see on the bottom here, plus or minus. So for today, I already banked 20 pips. That was the test trade that I did. But I know it's small, but it's the best I could find to actually show you the results on a day. So we have that now too. That was requested earlier. Telegram is quicker. Okay. Maybe there's a delay on the YouTube chat as well. I don't know. But the thing is, at least now you guys can see the delay that is in the streaming. A lot of people don't realize that, when I respond, and then you hear 30 seconds later, it's like, why does it take him so long to respond? So now you can actually see when I see the message and see how much of a delay back there is. Yeah. Oh, okay. They were at the same time. Yeah, I did notice that YouTube came in later. I thought you did one, and then you jumped over to YouTube, and then you did the other one. But if you send them at the same time, then Telegram is definitely much faster. See, I didn't know that. Yeah, I did notice that YouTube came in later. There would have been the trade, but again, I'm gonna stick to my rules. But this would have been an entry right here. If it would have been in the sell zone, which it was not. However, the fact that we came back to dip into that supply zone and getting all the right signals with the volume coming in now too, makes me really, really think that that could be a trade. But again, I'm not gonna go against my own rules. So I'm waiting patiently until we get sell or buy area. That's what that whole system was based on, by price going into those areas. Yeah, I like that setup. Very happy. And no lag so far, so looking good. I use a different way to stream it now too. Before it was like a manual thing with streaming key, copying that from YouTube into my streaming software, and I had to go back to YouTube, and now I can actually do everything from my streaming software automatically. So I don't even need the YouTube studio anymore. So that's kind of handy. There's even a feature in when as soon as I hit streaming, it will automatically tell YouTube to go live for me, so I don't have to confirm on YouTube anymore. I might try that tomorrow. If I'm still streaming tomorrow. Maybe we can finish the challenge today. No, I'm just kidding. We won't be able to do that, but I'm hoping to catch up at least $1,000, maybe even 2,000, depending on the setup. I did notice that I use the same trading size, 1.2 lots, because that's where I'm at right now when I backtested. And every time we did get a setup, the profit was between, I think the lowest was 1180 and the highest was about 2,000, 2,500, but usually around 1,500 to 2,000 on average with that lot size, 1.2 times 3, which is 0.75% risk on the account that I am right now. So we need 4,500. That would be about roughly 3 trades. If you say 1,500 average, then you would need 3 solid trades to actually pass the challenge to make that 4,500. That's my expectation around that. Like I said, it could all change and it could all be different, but from my back testing, that's my takeaway. So 1,500 average a day is possible with that lot size that we are right now, the one lots and 20. So if we have 3 solid trades, and again, every time I win a trade, I can up my lot size a little bit. I just type in the new account size into my spreadsheet, and then the new trading size is a little bit higher, not by much, but a little bit. So I'm thinking within 3 good trades, we should be able to pass the challenge. So hopefully we get that this week. And then I should be done with the verification as well. And that's why I said I will not go against my own rules. I'm going to stick to them. I back tested that. I was going as far back as MT4 would let me, and I did every day. And every day there was not every day, but most of the times there was a setup between 1 and 5 a.m. That's why I'm going to reduce my trading time to that. So by 5 a.m. I'm done. If I don't have a trade by 5 a.m., I walk away, and then I come back the next day, and then usually I get one. It does happen, but again, you don't have to trade every day. And that way I can reduce my chart time to 4 hours. That's good. Don't have to stress about it. Just come back the next day. And those are the prime setups anyway. That way you don't have to sit here like 10, 12 hours to catch a trade. Like I said, if you don't get a setup in the London session, then you usually get one in the New York session. So what you could do, you could fine tune the time a little bit for London session. If you're really that eager and say, okay, I'm just gonna do 2 to 5, that's 3 hours, and then I'm gonna take a nap until 8 to 11 New York session, for example. So you have 3 hours in each session where you can catch a trade. Now I haven't backtested the New York session, so I'm just making up numbers here. But if you go back in time and look where the setups are in the New York session, what time, and then just, write it down. Set up at 8 a.m., set up at 9 a.m., set up at 8:30, then you get an idea of when the setup usually happens, and then you just do a second session with 3 hours, take a nap in between, get up again for New York, and see if you can get a setup there if you don't get one in a London session. If you do get one in a London session, you're done for the day. All you really need is one trade a day. And you have one solid trade a day, then there's really no reason to sit at the charts all day. And I also noticed that once you get a solid trade, of course you get a reversal entry. That's usually the one that is a pain in the ass. So keep that in mind. Just do one solid trade a day, call it a day, walk away, come back the next day. I did take a nap, so I'm just still trying to wake up. Yeah, so for now, like I said, we're just waiting until price gets into the sell zone or buy zone. And until then, I'm sitting on my hand. Yeah, it would be perfect for you then. Because like I said, 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. my time. It's usually the setup where the setup happens, and if it doesn't happen, then it's usually a New York session. So, but I'm honestly, I'm thinking if I take 3 solid trades, and solid I mean going from start to finish, going from buy zone to sell zone or from sell zone to buy zone, a full on trade all the way through. If you get 3 of those a week, you're good. You know, that's about 10-15% a week. I mean, how much do you really need? You know, if you have, let's say you do max out the FTMO accounts and my Forex funds, for example, just those two, and you are really trading with $1 million, well, 10 or 15%, we're talking 100 to 150,000 a week. I mean, how much money do you really need? You know, heck, you get one solid trade, you're good for the week. If you want to, you know, if you're okay with that. I mean, if you want to accumulate and you want to make more money and you want to build your account up and whatnot, and or you want to go crazy 1 month, fine, you know. But honestly, I mean, if you have 2 prop firms maxed out and you're trading with $1 million, all you really need is one solid trade a week, and you're done. You know, let's go back. Let me show you this. So this would be a solid trade. Now this was a smaller trade because Friday was just all over the place. But let's say from here to here, 10% was our risk. That was 0.75%. Our exit would have been right here. So that was a 50 pip trade. So 50 pips divided by 10, that would be 5 times the risk. So 5 times 0.75, that's 3.75% that trade. So 1 million times 0.0375. So with $1 million, you would have made $37,000 on that trade. You do 2-3 of those a week, and that was a smaller trade. Like the previous day, that was a much bigger trade because we had a lot more volume coming in. Let me show you this one. So here we had, and the entry was right on this candle. I remember this very vividly. And then if you do ride it all the way through, literally you exit this right as soon as this candle close out. That's 107 pips. So 107 divided by 10, which is our risk, it's 10.7 times our risk times the 0.75%. That's 8% of the account. So let me copy that. So 1 million times 0.08, that's enough. That's $80,000. Again, you do 2 or 3 of those a week. What's the point? like trying to catch every trade. Just come to the chart 1 a.m. Wait to see if you get an entry. If you get an entry, take it. Let the trade go through if it does, and then walk away. Come back the next day. You take 2, 3 of those a week, you're done. There's no reason to overtrade. That's plenty money. Just saw that I hate that indicator. Go like this. There you go. That's better. There you go. This is a little bigger, so you guys can see better. I did try different time frames too, by the way. I was able to create a M5 template, M15 template, and 1 hour template with that same system. So those are the choices. You can do 1 minute, you can do 5 minute chart, you can do 15-minute chart, and you can do 1 hour chart. It works just as well. In between, I would not do like 1 hour and 4 hour and all that. It wouldn't work well, let me put it that way. It would work, not saying it doesn't, but not as well as those time frames that I just mentioned. That has to do with the amount of candles to the next time frame. And if I'm able to get that higher time frame band on the chart with roughly the same amount of candles, because that's the whole point of that strategy. If that's too far off, then it doesn't work quite as well. So M1 is okay, M5 is okay, M15 is okay, and 1 hour is okay. Everything else I would not do. Those are your choices. So let's see if we would have taken that entry here with 10 pips. Oh yeah, plenty. Somewhere up here. So definitely not even close, even with that little pullback here. Well, I'm really liking this new computer. It's really, really fast. I did not expect that. I had it for a few months now, but I never got to set it up. Well, I set it up in a way that I had it connected to the main monitor that I had, but no other screens because I used that for my trading on my older computer, so I never even set that up. And I just played a couple of games and tested it. And this weekend I was like, you know what, let me do it. So connected one more monitor. So I have a 2 monitor setup basically running on this one now. And then a 2 monitor setup on my old computer. But I copied it all over, and this is the first time that I'm actually trading on a new computer. Oh, what happened? Oh, okay. That's huh. Make it as small as possible. Huh? Let's just do this. I noticed that too, by the way, with this indicator. The price loves to come back right where that indicator is. A lot. That happens quite a lot. So much so that I was thinking to make this part of my strategy, where I just add a pending order here once I get an entry right in between, because price comes back so many times. It actually happened. Where was it? Yeah, here you can see. Whoop. Same here. Came back. Can't come up, Lily. Sorry. Came back here. Same here. And it always kind of like hits it almost here. Let me go back. Same here a couple of times actually. Almost hits it here. Again. Same here. Comes back here. Several times here. Not that that was an entry, but here. Look, price already went over the middle line and it comes all the way back here. Again. Same here. And here. And I'm thinking like, or what I was thinking about that was, especially in a case like, where was it? Okay, not like that, but sometimes it goes like over the middle line and then comes right back. If you set a pending order here, and then let's say you already closed 2 positions out at this point, and then it would come back all the way up to here. Well, guess what? You just have an additional position that you make profit on. Anyway, but it's a little risky. That's something you have to decide. But you know, it happened here again. Yeah, in this case, I would have taken a little bit of a hit, just to let you show, just to show you. So my entry would have been here, and then we didn't even hit the other side yet, and then we get the yellow and a white arrow and a white Heiken Nash candle. So I would have closed out all of my positions here because we are in a negative. If we are in the positive, I will close out one position and put my stop loss to break even. But here we are already past the entry point, so I will close all the positions here and take a small hit. And trust me, that's necessary. You know, there's a good chance that this might turn around again, but if we get both confirmations again that we going down, meaning the yellow arrow and the green arrow. Why is this reversed now? This doesn't make sense. Hold on, I gotta go in the settings. Oh, my bad. White. There you go. So now the green is the buy arrow and the white is the sell arrow. But anyway, I rather take a small hit here, close it out, because it could also go a lot higher. So I'm not taking a chance to hit my stop loss. I rather take a, what do we have here, like 0.7 plus spread, so about a 1.5 pip loss on 3 positions. Then I'm down 4.5 pips. That's fine. And then if it does indeed just spike up and come back down and I get a new signal, then I rather re-enter. Not in this case again. We're not in the sell zone, but if that would happen in the sell zone, I take the hit. And if you're on profit when it happens, then I take the profit on that one position and put my stop loss to break even and get stopped out before it hits my stop loss. That is necessary for that strategy. And I can, trust me, there are situations where this can be annoying because it happens 4 or 5 times in a row before it actually takes off. So this can be a very frustrating day, so to speak, but you're still going to walk away with profit. Even if you have a couple of small, tiny losses here and there, you're still going to walk away with money in your pocket at the end. It is, like I said, it is a pain in the butt if you have to do that. I might find a better way, but until then, I'm sticking with the 3 positions and that system that as soon as I get a reversal, hint of a reversal, which means yellow arrow, green arrow, and white Heiken-Ashi candle here, even if I'm at a loss at this point, I take the hit, close all 3 positions, and wait and see if I can get a re-entry. And even though here would have not hit the stop loss, so there would have probably been no reason to get out. There are situations where it actually goes a lot higher, so it would hit your stop loss. So I'd rather take a 1.5 pip hit than a 10 pip hit, and then just re-enter. Nope. So again, what we're looking for now is patiently waiting until price either comes into the sell zone or into the buy zone. Everything above the hot pink line is sell zone, and everything below the lime green line is buy zone. We do not take trades in the middle of the band, even though they sometimes work out, as you can see, here and here and here. But we don't do that because there's almost no, what do you call it, pips to be made. Not a whole lot anyway. So the entry would have been here and exit here, so this is 10 pips. That's our stop loss, so it's not worth it. So we gotta wait patiently until price enters one of the 2 zones, and then we look for an entry. You can look at it like I compare it to a rubber band. The more you stretch it out, meaning price coming into one of those areas, the higher the chance that it snaps back to the other side. If it just stretches out a little bit from the middle line, well, then it's just gonna go up a little bit from on the other side. I hope that makes sense. It's also, of course, related to volume in the market and participation and whatnot. But that's the way I like to look at it. If you have a nice stretch all the way to the sell or buy zone, and then it snaps and we get an entry, then there's a good chance that we will make it to the other side. There's more force behind it. That's the way I look at it anyway. So yeah, and then we could have taken a re-entry here. Now we got both confirmations. We got the yellow and the green together, and we do have red volume. So that would have been a valid re-entry. And off we go. Unfortunately, you don't know that ahead of time, so I'd rather take a small hit and then re-enter before I risk my stop loss being hit. And look how it goes now. Wow. Look at that volume here. It's crazy. Would have been a really good entry here. Would be up 4.5 pips already. And we just hit the middle line. Yeah. But like I said, I do not take trades in the middle of the band. Or inside the band, that's what I call it. It has to be outside in the sell or buy area. Again, not because those trades don't work out, but the risk-reward ratio is not there. Simple as that. And if you risk 10 pips to make 11, well, it's a little bit over 1-to-1. That's not the greatest. If you risk 10 to make 50, that's a different story. If you risk 10 to make 107, definitely a different story. So you get the idea. Just not worth it. Yeah, and again, if you don't get an entry by 5 a.m. my time, which you can see down here in the corner now, then I'm done for the night and come back the next day. That's my trading time going forward. That way I don't have to stress myself out with sitting here for hours and hours. And again, even though we're 2,000 down now in the challenge, all we need is 3 good trades and we're done. So I still got 8 weeks to complete the verification. So I'm expecting to get at least 2-3 trades a week. There's plenty of time to pass the challenge. I'm not gonna break my back over it. Just gonna take class A trades, meaning directly from the buy or sell area, and that's it. Not gonna take any chances. I want to pass this challenge. So I'm gonna stick to my rules, and that's it. No funky business anymore. As you can tell, I did some self-reflecting over the weekend too. I was like, why was I so eager? Like, I got 2 months for making 5% profit, which I made 10% in 2.5 weeks in the challenge. So there's really no reason to stress out of it. Or taking half-baked setups, or maybe this could work out and then just run myself down basically on the account. So I'm not gonna do this anymore. I'm just gonna take clear setups in the buy and sell zone, and that's it. There's really no reason to break my rules anyway, because you should easily get 3 trades a week, easily, on average. There's not a trade every day, but I would say 9 out of 10 times you get a trade on that day. So that might be, if you trade every day, including Friday, out of those in 2 weeks, there might be 1 day where you don't get a setup. And again, all I need is 3 solid trades to pass the verification. So I'm patiently waiting for those entries. And that's it. Put the odds in my favor. I just hope it's a clean setup and not something where I have to do what I just said before 5-6 times before it actually takes off. So yeah, look, if we would have closed this out with 3 positions, again with spread, this would have been probably around 1.5 pips times 3. So we would be down 4.5 pips. and currently we would be up 8 pips times 3, so 16, 24 pips. And we're not done here. Plus 24 pips. So we still have a net profit of 19.5 pips. And this is still going. We would still not close anything yet because even though we passed the middle line, we would wait for a white Heiken-Ashi candle to print to close out 2 of the 3 positions in this case, and then stop loss to break even and let the last position run into the other side. Yes, sir, I did on last week Thursday actually. Of course, the night where I was not live streaming. Hi, ABS. Yeah, I passed it last Thursday in one swoop. Here, let me show you. Let me go back here. There we go. Reload. Log in again. This is so annoying. So let me go to the client area. So this was the FTMO challenge. You can see we passed right here. Let me show you the metrics. Yeah, I had one big trade on Thursday, and that put me over the 10% that I needed, just by $100. But I didn't care. I closed it out. Once I hit that, I was like, I closed it out. I passed the challenge. That's all I care about. I'm done. Even though that trade would have gone another 60 pips, I could have made over 10,000 on that one trade. But yeah, you can see in the beginning it was a little bit down, and then slowly worked my way up again. And then this was when I live streamed again, and I went down again, and I was going sideways, and then did not catch a trade on the next live stream, and then I had a little bit up and down, and then I had this big trade going up, done. It was a class A setup. Again, one of the setups I was just talking about from the buy zone and then all the way into the sell zone. I can show you that trade again here. That was on Thursday. Let me go back here so you can see what I'm talking about. That was Friday, Thursday. Here we are. Where's the trade? Yeah, this was the setup. So we had price not only coming into the buy zone, but coming out of the buy zone on the other side. So those are the prime trades that you're looking for. And then I originally, here was my first entry signal, and I used the tight stop loss, so I actually did get stopped out here. That was that little dip down, and then we had another entry on this candle again. I took this, and all I needed, I had 10 lots on that trade because I was so sure about it, especially with the stop hunt. I put 10 lots on this trade, and then right here was where I took profit on this candle here, because I only needed 41 pips, so I needed 4,100, and right here it was, yeah, it was over that target. See, 46. So it was annoying because my profit target was right here, and this candle came up and almost hit my profit target, and I was getting ready to close the trade out and celebrate, and then it pulled back, and then it was going sideways for 3 hours. But it did eventually continue up, and like I said, I got out here, but you can see this trade would have gone all the way to the other side. And again, this is what I was just referring to. When you get a setup that is outside of both bands, see what happened. It goes outside of both bands on the other side. It's like a rubber band. So wherever you take your trade from is most likely where it will go if you're within the busy session. Now, once you take that trade, because everything slows down afterwards, it's not going to go all the way down. And it didn't. It actually continued up. But during our trading times, if you get this kind of setup, you can almost, not always, but almost guarantee that it goes the same way on the other side. Because you stretch the rubber band like all the way out to here, and then when the trade goes and it flips back, it goes all the way to the other side. That's basically what this system is based on. But yeah, this was my winning trade and passed the challenge. And then Friday I started my verification phase, and right away I was 2,000 down. That's where we are right now. So, but I'm not worried about it. I dialed my risk back on Friday, and I'm pretty confident that I'm gonna pass it too. It's just a matter of getting a good setup. So, as long as I don't go against the max daily loss and the max loss, I'm good. We're on trading day 3 actually already, because I locked in on Thursday right away. And yeah, again, like I said, right now we're down 1900, so I need to make about 4500 to pass, because I only need 5000 on the verification. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, I need the same amount, 5000. Why do I need the same amount? I thought it was less. I'm confused. But anyway, we got plenty of time. We just started. I have 2 months to complete it. So now I'm just waiting for Class A setups and 3 trades, and we should be done. That's it. Get this all back together. And thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I just saw you chat. Yeah, I was very happy about that. I was partying here, but it's just one step. So now we have to work on the verification. But like I said, I have 8 weeks to do it, and all I need is basically 3 good trades, roughly, and that's it. So I did some self-reflecting over the weekend because I really messed up last week, trying to force a trade and whatnot, and I just wrote myself more and more into it, and that's not going to happen anymore. Like I said, I did a lot of self-reflecting over the weekend, and had a serious talk with myself, so to speak. And I'm just going to take Class A setups from now on. All I need is 3 of them, and I should be able to get them within a week. And hopefully that will set me over the profit target, and then I'm done. And if I do pass the challenge, then I trade for 1 month on the FTMO account and use their profits to basically go for the higher challenges to max out my accounts up to 400,000 right away. And once that step is done, I'm going to go to my Forex funds and do the same thing and sign up for 3 of their 200,000 accounts to max out, because they allow you to have up to 600,000. And that's my ultimate goal. I'm hoping to get that done by August. Like I did some time calculations over the weekend, and I should be able to do it until August. Sorry for the noise. And then have everything set up somewhere around August, that I have the full $1 million that I can trade with. And then and then I'm right where I want to be. That's my plan, my goal. When I have maxed out FTMO account and maxed out my Forex fund account by August, that should be possible. The good thing is, if I pass this challenge and then get my payout, I can go for, depending on how much my payout is, as many as I can right away, because I can trade them simultaneously. So I can sign up for another 200,000, 100,000, and a 50,000. With the 50,000 I already have at that point, that will put me right at 400,000. That's the max that they allow you. I can trade those 3 accounts all simultaneously with my trade copier. Basically what I do with my small account here. I have a small account that takes the same trades that my FTMO account takes. Let's write this here. So I have the trade copier sender right here in my FTMO account, and I have my trade copier receiver on my small account. So it takes the same trades with 2 times the risk, though, because it's my own personal account, so I don't care about drawdown or limits or whatnot. So it takes twice the risk on my small account in comparison. But yeah, the same way you can set up like 3 more terminals with FTMO and all have the receiver in there, and then basically whatever trade I take in my FTMO account will be copied in all the other 3 accounts, so I can trade them all simultaneously without stress. So, and then once I hit my 400,000 on FTMO, Then I'm gonna go for the MyForex fund and do all of them simultaneously as well, which is again only 3 accounts because I'm gonna go for 3 $200,000 accounts from them. And of course, I can combine my FTMO accounts to one big account. They allow you to do that, I think, if I'm not mistaken. It might be 200 and 200, though. I have to look into that. But from what I understand, they allow you to combine those accounts into one big account. So then I would have one big FTMO account open. I would have my small account open, and then 3 MyForex funds. So 5 terminals at the same time. And then once I pass the MyForex funds, I can again combine all of them. And then I would have only 3 MT4 terminals open at the same time and only trade in one. So that's the goal. There's my Telegram. Oh, there you go. All right, let me go back to my window here. No, not this one, this one. There we go. I hope that makes sense. That's my game plan. Now getting there, it's a different story, but at least I'm gonna do my best to achieve that goal. But that's my goal. And time-wise, I can easily do that by the beginning of August. So if I pass this one, I need 10 days on FTMO for the challenge and for the verification, so that's 20 days. So let's say I pass this, I still need 10 full trading days. Right now I only have 3. So let's say within the next 7 days I pass it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that would be next week Wednesday when I pass this challenge, and then I can start trading that account. I would have to trade it for a month, which would be 6th of July. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm sorry, September then. 6th of July, my bad. So that's where I can trade the $50,000 account earliest, if it works. And I'm talking best case scenario here. So I'm not gonna stress out if I reach it a week later. So it's not a big deal. But anyway, so earliest is 6th of July when I can trade the 50,000 account, and I have to trade it for 1 month first before I get a payout, and then I can then switch to bi-weekly. So by the 6th of August, I would have my first payout then, or right around that area. Still have to look into that, how that works, if I can get it right away or if there's a specific day or whatnot, I don't know. But let's say it's right after the 1 month mark. That would be August 6th, around that area where I get my payout. And then I can sign up for the other challenges. That should be then done hopefully by Monday, where I start with those. And then I need 10 and 10 days on those again, because that's how the challenge works. So it would be 5, 10 days, 5, 10 days. So it would be September 5th until I max out my FTMO accounts. And then depending on how much money I make, I could set up my Forex funds at the same time. It depends on my payout that I have. On 50,000, let's say I make, let's say 10%, that's 5,000. So I'm not sure if that gets me all the challenges that I need. Now, if I make a little bit more and I'm able to get all of them at the same time, then I will do it and just get it done until basically the beginning of September. So that's what I'm looking at. Hopefully, best case scenario. Worst case scenario would be I'm not even passing this challenge. But but you understand what I'm saying? Like, September is realistic if everything is best case scenario. That's what my goal is. So hopefully my first payout is enough to cover the challenges that I still need to do on FTMO and all the MyForex Fund challenges at the same time. Then I would set them all up simultaneously with a new computer. That should not be an issue. The only thing that I might have to do at that point is not streaming, because the streaming software takes a toll on the computer as well. And even though this is a new computer, if I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 terminals at the same time, I'm not sure if the streaming would still be possible in a way that I can trade without being um, without a penalty. Let me put it that way. So of course my first priority is to get the accounts done. So if that would be an issue, then I would just do like a daily or maybe weekly recap to tell you guys where I'm at. Probably daily. I can do it daily. Yeah, why not? Do a quick video and update you guys about the status. I won't just not be able to do it live anymore, most likely, because right now I'm only having 2 terminals open in the streaming software, but if I have 8 terminals, I'm not sure if plus live stream if that my computer would bog down at that point, even though it is a fairly new computer. So, and again, my priority is to do the challenges, and I'm not gonna risk messing up on my trading because of the live streaming. So then I rather take a break with the live streaming and just update you guys once a week or once a day and say, okay, this is where we are today. This is how much we made on my Forex funds. This is how much we made on FTMO, and this is where we at. And then just give you a quick update and recap. That might be the way going forward if that happens, so I can really fully focus on the challenge. And then once it is done and all the accounts are combined and I only have 3 terminals that I'm running, then I have no problem live streaming the trades again, if that makes sense. But if I have 8 accounts open at the same time that I need to trade, then I might not have enough room left for the live streaming software in the background. I hope you can understand that. Oh, what just happened? What just happened? Hold on, give me a second here. Okay, and then I go here. No. Seriously? One. Oh, come on now. This is more than annoying you. Okay. I'll just grab it here. There we go. And then grab it here. Okay, we're good. So hopefully we have some volume coming in at 3 when London opens. And then hopefully we get a setup. But like I said, I definitely gonna adjust my time from 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. And for now the plan is 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. I might even do 6 a.m. But that's the most, like that. I'm sorry, 1 a.m. stays until 5 a.m. I might extend it to 6 a.m. But that's the most that I'm gonna be trading. So between 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and 6 a.m. at the most. Like all the previous setups, I can go back a little bit so you can see that. Now, keep in mind that gray dotted square is my trading time. You can see when it started. Let me go back. So here's the end of it. So here's 1 a.m. and you can see right around, what is that? Here was the setup, the entry. That was 210 minutes into it, so about 3.5 hours into after 1 a.m. So that would be 4:30ish was the entry here. So let's go back the next day. Here's where the session started, and here was the first entry, and here the second. So let's go with the second one from the beginning. 210 minutes. So again, roughly 3.5 hours into the session. So again, 4:30 a.m. was the setup. Let's go back the previous day. Here's where the session started. Here, right around here was the entry, and my guess is somewhere here. So that would be 160 minutes. So 2 hours and 30 into the session, roughly 2.5 hours. So right around 3:30. So you can see there's every day there's a setup between 1 and 5, pretty much. Beginning of the session. What's the beginning of the session? Yeah. Beginning of the session right here. Tapped into the buy zone entry, probably right around here. So that was a quick one. That was only 82 minutes into the session. So not even 1.5 hours. So we're talking right around 2:30ish was the setup, and made it to the other side right here. Previous day. That's what I did all weekend, by the way. So this was a day where we didn't have a setup. I remember that. So we opened the session right in the middle, smack in the middle of the band, and it was just tagging along that. And then we got an entry here, but that was already New York session. So, and that was a half trade basically, because it did not even make it to the other side. So on those days, I'd rather stay out. If I hit 5 a.m. and I'm still in the middle somewhere, I'm just walking away. That was not a valid entry, by the way. So let's go back the previous day. So session starts here. We get an entry here. So let's see if that's within the time limit. So to here, yeah, 4 hours. So that was right at around 5 a.m. And then previous day. Here's where the session starts. Right around here we got an entry. So that's 2 hours, 160 minutes. So 2 hours and 40 minutes. So it would be right around 3:40ish was the entry. And then we actually had a pullback here again, which would have stopped us out as break even on the last position, and then give us a re-entry going 200 pips up. So that would have been a really, really fantastic day. Because that alone was already, heck, I don't know. Let's see. Roughly 100 pips, and then another 200 pips right after. That's crazy. Let's do one more day. How about that? Session starts here, and right here is an entry. 30 minutes in, so that was right around 1:30, the entry. And then look, and you can close it out here and walk away. Don't have to sit here. It would have went a lot further, but I mean, yeah, it's like almost 100 pips to up here. I probably would have called it a day at that point. But literally, like 30 minutes into the session was the setup. And then I mean, I will stay until trade is closed, so don't get me wrong. If I do get a trade, I will, well, maybe. I actually found a way around that, so let me show you that. So let's say you take this trade here, and you take it, you put your stop loss to break even, and you're really tired. Let's say you're tired. Well, set your profit target up here. I'm sorry, the dotted line right here. You can set your profit target right at the dotted line, and this is your stop loss. If you want to do that, you can, and then let's make a line there. So on this candle we went in, so right here. So your profit target will be right here. Let me make this something else than red, so you can actually see that. Make this white. Yeah, let's make this okay. Same with this one. It's white and 2. Okay. So we would have entered on this candle, and then the outer line was right where my white line is now. So let me take the vertical line off. So you enter the trade, you set your profit target here, and your stop loss right underneath, and then you can walk away, and look what happens. Right there, you get hit. Really, dude? I'm not that big that you would have to spend my move. Okay. There we go. All gone. Was it worth it? No. I actually do pay attention to the chat now. But anyway, you can see, like, you set your profit target right there if you're really tired. And 99% of the times it gets hit. So there you go. Boom, right there. Now, I would have went a little bit higher, but your profit target was hit. And that's because of the fact that if we are in an uptrend, this band will move up as well. So by the time it hits target, which would be this red line roughly, that's where your profit target would be at this point. So you most 99% of the times you hit it. So you could do that as well. You just enter the trade, put your stop loss underneath, and then put your profit target right at the outer line, and then you can walk away if you want to do that. That works as well. No. But yeah, as you can see, like I said, between 1 and 5 is usually when you get a setup. So here, beginning of the session, let me zoom out a little bit so you get a bigger picture. We are already in the sell zone, and then the session starts, and look at this. Comes all the way up. Gives you an entry right here, stop loss above here, and then off we go. And that was an hour into the session, so right around 2. And again, you enter here. Let's do this again. So let's say on this candle was your entry somewhere around here. Then you look down and you say, okay, where's the dotted line? The dotted line is here. So you put your profit target right here. And then you walk away. And then look. Bam, hit. Because downtrend, band moves down, and it will eventually hit that price point. So that's another way to trade this. Just take your entry, put your profit target there, set your stop loss, and you're good to go. Let's do one more day, and then I'm gonna go back to the charts. See session. We're going into the sell zone, up, entry, and let's do the same thing again. Entry probably would have been right around here. Maybe a candle later, so let's go one to the right. So right around here. And then you set your profit target right there. Right above that line, and then stop loss up here. And there you go. Hit right there. Now, if you stay in front of the computer, obviously you can wait until it goes into the buy zone to get a lot more profit out of it. But let's say if you work with time restraints or patience or other stuff, or you're tired, well, take your entry, walk away. And now I delete the wrong one. No big deal, I can reload the template. But yeah, like I said, right around that time, between 1 and 5, it's maybe 5:30. So I would say 1 to 6. That's where I'm gonna leave it from now on. With my entry. Hopefully shortly after I pass this challenge. So we do have the EA already. All we need to do is add a licensing system. And then, yeah, I'm not going to do a website right away. So that comes all later on when I finished all the challenges and everything that I wanted to achieve. Because like I said, it's my top priority. But we could probably do shortly after I pass the challenge, then I can get together with my friend Thiago, and then maybe he can add a licensing system to it. And then as soon as that is in place, then I could sell it. So I would say maybe by July at some point, maybe let's say August, to give me a little bit of buffer. By August, we should be able to have it done by August. Just to give myself a little bit more time and buffer. Probably faster than that, but by August we should be able to have it done. Yeah, most of the work, like I said, is already done. We have that EA already working. So that's already set up. We just have to add a licensing field here. That should not be a big deal. And that's the heart of the system. So if I can license that, I would be comfortable with giving it away. And we're probably going to license it in a way that I need your name and the MT4 account number in order for the EA to work. Then I give you a license key, you put it in, and then you will be able to use it on that account and that account only. However, if you move accounts, then and I have your records that you bought it, then I have no problem to give you a new license if you move your accounts to a new account. But I have to put something in place where it's restricted to that one person and that one account only. But I know for myself, when I bought something in the past and I was not able to move it to a different account and I would have to repurchase it, I would not buy it. And I don't want to put anyone else through that. So if you move your account later on, a year or 2 years later, God given I'm still around, then I will just give you a new license for the new account if I can verify that you purchased it in the past. I always like that system. That's fair. And it also prevents people from just giving it away, because they would be able to give it to someone else, but it won't work on their MT4 installation, basically, because the account is going to be different. And you can put the same name, but the account's going to be different. So, hope that makes sense. Yeah, but I would say I mean, Thiago is really good when it comes to stuff like that. Like I said, he wrote that whole EA in like 2 hours. So he is really good at what he does. So I would say like, I don't know, definitely August latest. Probably earlier than that. That really should not be that big of a deal to add that. But let me talk to Thiago first about that once I'm done with this challenge, and then see what he says, because I am not a programmer. Again, I'm just the guy with the ideas. He's the guy that makes it a reality. So once I pass the challenge, I will have a sit down with him online, obviously, and see what he says, and then I can give you a more concrete answer to that. But just from my past experience with him, he's very good and very quick at what he does. So I don't think it's gonna take a long time. Take it with a grain of salt, because I don't want to say something wrong. It's 2:41 right now. Hopefully around the. Usually it's like most of the times it's between 3:30 and 4:30 um, when we get that entry. So I'm gonna keep my eyes focused around that time. Other than that, I'll just keep the chart open to see if we are anywhere near. Right now, it's just, again, in the middle of the band. I'm not interested in that. There's no, even if the trades would work out, the risk reward is just not there. So, not willing to do that. So yeah, once I pass the challenge, hopefully by next week, I will have a sit down with Iago and talk to him about that. What we can do to license it, what's the best way to go about that, how long is it gonna take him, if, and then I have a more detailed idea of how long it's gonna take. I'm sure he can tell me a time frame, but like I said, I would say no later than August. I don't see that being any later than August. Most of the work is already done anyway, so. Which you did in 2 hours. I was like, holy moly. Maybe we can combine even more indicator into that EA so that we have less clutter on the chart, and then really have a combined like buy sell arrow. That would be the ultimate goal, to literally just have one arrow on the chart and that's it. That arrow pops up, take the trade. Not going to be all winners, but you know, it's going to be let's say we can combine all of the indicators, including the band, into the EA, and then write an EA that then just gives you an arrow to sell or to buy, including being in the buy and sell zone, including the support and resistance indicator, including the non-repaint arrow here. Everything included in the EA. So you literally have a naked chart, and then when you do get an error, you know it's in the buy zone, you know it's in the sell zone, and then you can take your entry accordingly. And then maybe we can use this outer band as a stop loss or something like that, or whatever, depending on time frame. So you even get a stop loss printed on the chart. So it's basically just going to be an arrow. That would be the dream setup that I would love to have, if you can make that happen. That it's just one arrow and a stop loss suggestion on the chart with a take profit suggestion on the chart, and then you just enter the trade accordingly. It'd be done. You get a notification, trade entry done, and it would automatically ignore everything in the band because it would be programmed to only allow signals and to sell in the sell zone and signals to buy in the buy zone. So it would basically ignore all of that. That would be ideal. So I hope Thiago can make that a reality. That would be perfect. At that point, I would be very happy with the product and probably use it myself, to be honest. It makes life a lot easier. So instead of having, you can see here 1,000 arrows and support and resistance and whatnot, and the band and all those zones and whatnot. Just imagine a naked chart, and as soon as you get a signal up here, you get an arrow. Put your stop loss here, put your profit target here, walk away. That would be ideal. Maybe he can do that. If he can do that, I'm gonna fly personally to New York and invite the dude and his family to dinner on me. Because then he's really awesome. I mean, he is awesome as it is. He's a really good guy. He helped me so much with coming up that, I mean, I've been doing this for, I don't know, over a year now, trying to come up with something good. And any idea I had, he helped me changing indicators, adding alerts, changing stuff in the indicator. So he helped me so much with all of this. If I make it, I'm definitely not going to forget about him. And if we do this, maybe I'll just give him 50-50 stakes in it, because he definitely earned it. All the stuff he did for me that was later on thrown out again. And the thing is, I wanted to pay him. I was like, hey, look, let me give you at least a little bit of money. You know, I know you don't want money, but let me give you something, enough for a dinner for you and your family. Nope. He just does it for the challenge, to challenge himself. He would not take my money. That tells you everything you need to know about that dude. So it would only be fair to give him stakes in the whole thing. Which again, I mean, if I really make it to 1 million in funded accounts, then do I really even need the money from this? The only I'd probably give it to charity, because that was my main intention with the first system. The first system, I did it in a different way, where I said I give it away for free, and then please, I leave it up to you and your good faith to donate something. But I never got one notification about anyone donating anything. So maybe if I do that and just use that money to donate it myself, I can probably do that, because I won't rely on it at that point anymore, hopefully. And then I can just forward whatever we make through the sell of the system to charity, and do it that way around. And that way, nobody gets around it. If you want the system, it's gonna be, I don't know, whatever. And whenever I have a sell, I'm just gonna forward it straight to charity. This looks like a really good setup, but I'm gonna keep sitting on my hands because it's not according to my rules yet. We had the confirmation here already, and then came right into that demand zone. And again, where is it? Right here, right on that support again. And look at this. I knew it. This happened so many times. Like I said, I did back-testing. I went all the way back as far as I could, and I saw this so many times that it literally comes right back to that support and resistance indicator. And why is this the other way around again? Hold on. This needs to be green, and this needs to be white. Now I'm going to save it again. It's going to keep forgetting that 10 more times if I don't. I'm calling that system synergy, by the way, because of the synergy between the Heikinashi candle, the yellow arrow, and then our indication arrow, and then also the buy and sell zones. I just thought it was a good name because when they all agree, that's when we take a trade. So we need that synergy between all of those indicators. So I decided to name it synergy. There's probably 100 of them already out there. I don't care. I like synergy. Yeah, and from what I understand, Thiago, we had talks about that stuff in the past. He would be able to really combine all the indicators on the chart into that EA and then really turn it into a just buy and sell arrow. That's it. Of course, I would love it if we have a stop loss and a take profit area because you just have an arrow on the chart. Well, how far do we go with it? And the point is to maximize the profit. So you need some kind of indication on the chart. Where should we go? And if you have no indicator on the chart, then you need at least a line for take profit and a line for stop loss, something like that. But take profit, that would be basically the outer line of the other side, um, or at least minimum profit to the inner line. That definitely gets hit if you get a good setup. And then it's just a matter of profit target, stop loss, I guess. I mean, you could say like probably 3 pips away from the high or low or something like that. Make that the stop loss. That should work most of the time. And then again, it's not going to be a loss-free system. You're still going to lose trades, but the amount of trades that you're going to lose is very low. And if you win a trade, your profit is really high compared to the losses. So, like I said, on average, I would say the average risk reward is 1 to 8. So if you lose a trade here and there, no biggie. And then most of the times, if you do lose a trade, you get an entry right away again anyway. So even if you take a loss, you can't even process the loss because you're already in a new trade. But that's just, a way of trading. You cannot have a 100% system. It's not possible. There's just no way. There's no such thing as a holy grail, but I think this comes very close with the risk reward ratio that you have and the amount of trades that you actually win compared to the ones that you're losing. Yeah, I would say if we add like, let's say 3 to 5 pips on the top or on the bottom for the stop loss, then that should eliminate most of the losses. So you're still going to have losses here and there, but I would say that would probably boost the win loss ratio easily above 80%, easily. Then the risk reward would suffer a little bit because you have a higher stop loss. But I mean, if you have a 1 to, let's say 1 to 4 on average, that's still good with an 80% win rate. Oh, he back. Look at that. He's back. And we're going to report this guy this time. Spam, report, there you guy. So, report, boom. Well, I'm kind of flattered that I have a spam already. That means I'm doing something right. Move. There you go. Should be all gone, the spam. Yeah, there's still a little bit of work to be done to determine those things, because I definitely want the system to have a stop loss and profit target. I mean, we could just use 1 pip above or below price. That should be enough. Then you still lose a couple more trades. Let's say it would probably go down to 75% win rate or even 70% win rate, but then you would definitely have a higher risk reward ratio, which would make up for it. Okay, report spam. There you go. And then using timeout and like using this channel. There you go. I'm getting good at this. Spam are gone. Who would be interested in an ad like that anyway? Oh my god. So yeah, that's where we at. Let's see. Hopefully by August, roughly. Or maybe we just leave the band so you can determine your stop loss and take profit yourself. And then it's up to you how you want to handle that. That's probably a good idea. And then you have something visual. I mean, just having one arrow and the band, that's not too much. And then it also gives you the middle line where you take half profit off at least and set your stop loss to break even. Yeah, I think that's the better way to go. If you leave the band on the chart and just give you a buy and sell arrow, that's probably the best way to go about that. Oh, are we going somewhere this time? So let's see, London is opening up soon. Maybe looks like we're going into the sell zone. Is there any left over? Yeah, up here. We're gonna go, I'm not sure if we're gonna go that high, but let's just see what happens here with the market. Yeah, in regards to the challenge now, like I said before, I'm gonna wait for prime setups, meaning definitely in the sell zone or in the buy zone before I even consider taking a trade. And I'm gonna be very picky about that because I'm already 1900 down and I need 4500 to make up for it. So I'm just gonna take prime setups. I'm not gonna even bother trading in within the bands or anything like that. And I have plenty of time. Like I said, I have 8 weeks, a little bit less than eight weeks to go, or exactly 8 weeks to go, something like that. So I'm not gonna violate my own rules trying to get the challenge done or the verification phase done. I'm just gonna patiently wait for good setups and only take those, put the odds more in my favor. And then hopefully within a few trades, I should actually finish the verification as well. So there might be days when you're watching me here where I'm not taking any trades like this right now. I have no setup here. And we have about 3 more hours, I would say, until 6 a.m. And if you don't get a setup, I'm not going to take a trade. I like the fact that I have the YouTube chat now on my screen so I can see shit like that happening right away. I'm really surprised that YouTube is not doing anything about this. Like, those spammers and scammers are all over YouTube, and it seems like they don't even care about that. So now we're in the sell zone. Look at that. Which we have been before, so I'm thinking that we're going over that at least. Probably gonna run the highs here. Let's put a line here. So, and again, yep, already ran the high. Good. So now things are getting interesting here. I would hate to take an entry right around 3 because we still have London session coming in now, but I'm gonna take the entry that I get. So let me zoom in here a little bit. There we go. So we are in the sell zone now. We definitely passed it and we're up there. So now let's wait for the entry. Now I'm interested. I'm just gonna take, because I don't want to deal with the, if that happens, with it, get out of the trade again and get back into the trade. So I'm just gonna use 2 positions and stop loss, and that's it. If I get hit, I wait for a new entry, because I do have a fresh day, so to speak, of possible losses, and that can be up to 2,500. So if I risk 2.4 times 10, so that's $24 times 10 pips. That's 240 per loss. So I'm gonna take that risk instead of having to go back and forth. So I'm just gonna take 2 positions and then set my profit target at the middle line for the first one, set my stop loss to break even, and then let the other one ride. I know I said I wouldn't do that, but I don't have the patience right now to deal with 3 positions and then having to close again and open again and whatnot. So I'm gonna do it the old-fashioned way. Put a 10 pip stop loss on it. That should be safe in most cases, and then go from there. Or should I do it? screw it. I'm gonna do it tonight. I'm gonna do the 3 positions and what I said before. Scratch what I just said. Gonna give it a shot. See how it works. There's a reason why I came up with that. I'm not gonna sway away from what I came up with. So I'm gonna mute myself real quick. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Needed another water. So yeah, that looks good. So we got the non-repaint arrow. Okay, and we got the resistance already printed in that purple arrow. Definitely looking like something is shaping up here. So we still need the yellow arrow. We still need a red Heiken-Ashi candle, and we still need the arrow from the EA, from my EA, or Thiago and my EA, and that would confirm everything. And of course the volume. Again, this indicator repaints, so I'm gonna ignore this one, but I definitely want to see cell volume on the volume indicator. And then once I have my signal, I'm going to enter 3 positions. Stop loss 10 pips and go from there. Hopefully we can get a nice trade in here. I just hope it's going to be a smooth one and I don't have to close and reopen positions back and forth for the next hour or two. Yeah, I know. That's why I said we're probably going to go into the sell zone when London opens. And sure enough, here we are. So let's see. And here you can see, even though the arrow is non-repaint, you cannot just go by the arrow. So you have to wait for all the confirmations. But it's good to see that arrow. That means that this is indeed a turnaround point. Now we get the second one, so looking better and better. So just take it as an additional confirmation as to, yep, this trade is going to be good or a good setup. We just have to wait for all the confirmations before we can enter. So again, we got the first one. Now we need the resistance, of course, or at least the white square that indicates that there's going to be a resistance later on. Then we need the yellow arrow, and then we need the white arrow from the EA, and we also need at least sell volume shown up on the volume indicator, meaning a red bar. Even if it's not over the average, that's fine. I just want to see at least one bar of red volume showing up. And as soon as we have all of this, I enter 3 positions, and then hopefully, and stop loss is going to be 10 pips for all of them. And that's going to be roughly 0.75% on the account risk. Just have to be patient now to wait for the confirmed entry here. Okay, so we got a second non-repaint sell arrow. Let me make this bigger. 5, 5. There you go. Definitely liking the setup. Now this is the kind of setup that I said, this is what I'm waiting for. I don't bother with trades in the band, even though they work out. The risk reward is just not there. It's not worth it. This, however, this looks really good so far. Just don't ever jump the gun. Okay, so now we got this white square. I don't know if you can see that. That's an indication that there will be a resistance later. Here you can see it now. It jumped up here. There it is again. So now we have to wait for a yellow arrow and a white arrow, and then I want to see a red bar here. Then we're good to go. Not before that. And especially the white arrow. You have to wait until you get the white arrow as confirmation. You cannot just go by the yellow arrow. Trust me on that. But so far so good. It looks like something is setting up here. It's not written in stone yet. It could still go higher, but so far it looks good. Okay, now we got a supply zone here. That's good too. It's definitely nice to see, but it's not enough yet. We have sell volume coming in. Very nice. Okay, now we got the yellow arrow. If it's still there when the candle closes. You always gotta wait for candle close. There's no way around it. But then we also need the white arrow. That's very important. Because this might come down a little and then go up again and then again come down and then we get the white arrow. So I'm just mentally preparing you for that. As long as we do not get the white arrow, we cannot enter. Can't stress that enough. Okay, candle closed. Yellow arrow is still there, so that's good. So we got everything that we need except the white arrow. So all we need waiting for is the white arrow now. There's definitely a lot of sell volume coming in. That's good. And never get FOMO. Like I said, the white arrow is there for a reason. And like I said, this can come down a little bit and then go up again and then go higher and then turn around and then give us a valid signal. So this is all part of the shenanigans. So you gotta wait for the white arrow for the confirmation. And look at that. Bringing it up again. So again, keep that in mind. You cannot enter the trade, even though this looks really good so far and juicy, but you gotta wait for the white arrow. There's a reason for that arrow. Don't get tempted. Oh, I'm missing the move, or anything like. Don't do that. You would not do your account any favors. We're almost there, hopefully. I see this auto indicator too. I just have this one on a chart because I want to get to know this indicator better in a live situation, but this is not part of the trading plan. But yeah, definitely looking good so far. Okay, so we did go back into the supply zone. That's good. Definitely a plus. So as soon as the white arrow prints, we're good to go. Almost, I think. It's about 10 pips up there. Good. Oh, there it is. 2, 3. Okay. We're in the game. So stop loss right above here. That's 11.5 pips. It's all right. And I'll just copy stop loss to the other ones. Copy. Paste. Paste. All right. Let's see how that works. Everything's in place. I'll move this down now. Yep, feeling good about that. Doesn't mean we're gonna win, but looks good. Did everything by the book. And as you can see, once you get an entry, you don't have to rush too much, because usually price always goes back a little bit. And candle here, you probably noticed that a lot of times when you enter trade, it always goes a little bit against you. So you got plenty of time to get into the trade. And in this case, I actually got one entry a little better here. So now even much better, but you don't have to stress it out. So, yep, but that was a perfect entry. We had all the signals. You can see now the resistance printed as well. We got the non-repaint arrows here. We had the yellow arrow. We had the white arrow coming in on this candle. We even had a rejection of the supply zone that was created, which is a good thing to see. That means they already negated that area. That means they have no reason to come back. So it should go down fairly quickly. So we might be in drawdown for a couple of minutes, and then we should see price going down. But that was a perfect entry. Buy the book. So again, to the game plan, we have 3 positions. If price goes down and then turns around and gives us a yellow arrow and a green arrow and a white Heiken-Ashi candle, I will close the first one and set the rest to break even. If we make it past the middle line, I will wait for just a red candle, a white candle come in, the Heiken-Ashi switching colors. That's all I need at that point. Then I will close the second position, or 2 if you don't have that happening before, and then set my stop loss to break even, and then I wait until we get into the buy zone and close it out somewhere down there. But everything was picture perfect. It was a picture perfect entry. We go in the sell zone. We got 2 indications that we're going to turn around. We got the support resistance here. We got the yellow arrow, and then on the white arrow, that's where we entered. And one entry even ended up being a little bit higher. And we do have red bars here. And again, see? Actually, I'm going to do this now. I'm going to put another one right here with the same stop loss. I want to see if that works out or not. Because they do that all the time. I'm willing to risk that because I saw it's happening so many times. That's going to get us 10 pip stop loss as well. There it is. Six, 7, 9, 9. There you go, 10.1. Just because I saw it happening so many times. I'm really tempted. So let me see if that works out. Because this was a valid entry, so I have no problem doing that. Oh, that stopped me out on that one. Okay. So we got one loss. Let's see if it makes it to the second one. So now we have one position already in play. The other three got stopped out. Let's see what happens now. Stops me out too. Wow. Okay. Damn. Okay, let's just wait for the next signal. Where is it going? Is it really going to that? Huh. All right. That's unfortunate. It was a perfect entry, so did everything by the book. Just wait for the next entry. The good thing is now we are completely out of the sell zone. So those are the juiciest entries. Let me just check where we are. Hey. Reload. Okay, so we're 520 down. That's not too bad. Let's just do it all over again. However, I have to adjust my spreadsheet. So we're now at 47, 481. So that's 237 divided by 2. 237 divided by 2. So I have to use 118. I can use 112. So there you go. Now we just rinse and repeat. But I definitely want to take that trade. Because those trades, like I said, when it comes all the way out, those are the juiciest ones. They definitely make it at least to the other side, if not out of the other side as well. It's definitely a trade you want to be in. Yeah, they really went for that zone here. I'll be damned. Did they touch it? Well, we'll see in a few seconds. This hodls out that touched it. No, didn't tap into it yet. So probably should have left the stop loss at the same position for the fourth position that I took right above here. Would have been the smarter thing to do, but it's okay. Still haven't tapped into it though, so. Patiently waiting for all confirmations again. I'm tempted to take one right here, but not gonna do it. I'm just gonna wait for everything to come together. Because for all I know, they're still gonna tap into that zone here. It's literally right above. And they didn't do it because otherwise this would have been hollowed out, kind of like this one here. So I know that they didn't tap into it yet. So this might still come. That's why I will also put my stop loss if I take a trade above it, just in case. Port. Okay. Remove. Right. Port. Yeah, sorry, dude. I'm on top right now. Not going anywhere with that spamming. All right, Foss, have a good one. Sorry, I probably missed you, but hope you have a good day. So again, patiently waiting until I have all confirmations together. I'd definitely like to see price up here. So those are usually the best trades that you can catch. It's completely outside. So I'm definitely going to keep my eye on that. Okay. Looks like this resistance is coming in. And you can see, like I said, even though um, the settings that are changed, it's still repainting. So it's not a guarantee that's an entry. That's why you have to wait for all the confirmations to come in. It's less sensitive, so it won't appear everywhere, but it's still going to repaint as well, as you just saw. So we got sell volume coming in. That's good. No confirmation yet, though. I have to wait for that. Okay, so now we got the yellow arrow. So we need the white arrow, and then we're good to go. Not quite there yet. And in this case, like I said, because we have that supply zone right above it and they have not tapped into it yet, I will set my stop loss above that supply zone just in case. A lot more risk than I want to take, but yeah, actually I'm gonna have my risk because it's almost 18 pips up there now, and I don't want to risk 2%. So I'm gonna put my lot size a little bit down because that's too much risk. It is what it is. No entry yet. Still no entry. Yeah, I have to wait for that white arrow to come in. I'm not gonna take a trade before that. There it is. Alrighty, stop loss goes above here. And then I just copy that stop loss to the other ones. Copy. Paste. Okay. Take two. And like I said, I had to put it above here because they literally ran it up right before that demand zone, supply zone, and then they came down. So I have a feeling they still could tap into it. So I had to put it right above that. And that puts me at, yeah, 17.6 pips, so almost 18 pips. That's why I had to lower my trade size because that's calculated on 10 pips. And that's almost twice as much, and I don't want to risk that much. So here we go. Let's see if this works out this time. I did, again, everything by the book. However, if we do make it to the other side, we're looking at just here 54 pips. So I'm tempted to let this actually run its course until we get at least a support indication here and then a reversal. Not before. I'm not going to close anything before that. And to bring it back again, look at that. Should have waited for candle close because it opened white. Make sure it closes as a red candle. And it didn't, sure. So that was my mistake. Now let's see what happens. Like I said, up here it should be fairly safe. They run this one, then they really want to run it a lot higher than that. But I reduced my risk, so we're right around 0.7% risk at this. stop loss here, so we should be still within reason. Make it smaller again. Let's see, let's just let it run its course. So yeah, I'm gonna let those three positions run together until we hit a support level and reversal indication. Even if we don't reach the other side. I need to make up for that loss, so I need to let all of them run as much as I can. And sell volume was definitely there as confirmation again. Now it's just a matter of getting a follow through this time. But this is really all you can do. You know, you set up a set of rules and you follow those rules. And then if you lose, you lose. It is what it is. But usually your profit is a lot higher than your loss, so you know, it's part of the game. Okay, we definitely have some selling volume coming in now. So currently we're down 520 on a day, right here. It's just unfortunate that we had that big of a stop loss, so I had to reduce my lot size. It's 106 times 300. So yeah, we're a little bit over 0.5% risk. So just doesn't want to go. What? No, elite. Hi, Midi. All right, come on, baby, let's go. Yeah, again, like I said, there's this supply zone right, literally right above price, where price went to. Did not tap into it, so I'm thinking there's still a chance that it might turn around, tap into this zone, and then takes off. That's also, again, the reason why I have my stop loss right above that zone, just in case. And because of that, I had to lower my trade size a little bit. Otherwise, I would have taken 1.5% risk up there. That's a little bit too much for me, especially after I already had a loss. So I'd rather just negate my loss and make a little bit of profit for the day and then call it a day, come back tomorrow. Let's see, maybe we're good now. I'm hoping. Like I said, the only thing that I did wrong here was when that candle opened and the arrow popped up. I should have waited for candle close, and because it was white, I would have not been able to take that trade. So I would have avoided this and then possibly get a better entry up here. Not much, about 2 pips higher. So something for me to take a mental note on for next time. The candle is white, don't enter, wait for closing if it turns red again. And if it stays white, then I still gotta wait for a signal. Definitely gotta take that in consideration for the next time. I would feel a lot better if we could break that demand zone here. Yeah, 50 pips. Was it right? Make it, yeah, about 50 pips, let's say. Times 18. Yeah, so that would negate our $500 loss and leave me with a profit of 400 for the day. That would be good. Not ideal, but like I said, there's nothing I can do if my stop loss is that much. I can't over risk. I have to adjust my risk accordingly. But we did break that demand zone now, so we went through it. Yep, disappeared now. So that's good. It might still come back into this supply zone here because we just broke the low. So logically for the market it would be to come back here and retest this one. If it does pull up, I might put a pending order here because then my stop loss would literally be 2 pips. I'm gonna do this now. I'm willing to take that risk. Modify. So then I can put my stop loss right above it if I'm wrong. I'm stopped out right away. I gotta leave it there because of spread. So that's $11. I'm willing to take on that risk. Zoom in a little bit. A little lower. There you go. Gotta fine tune this a little bit. One up, modify. Yeah, perfect. So my stop loss here is 1.8 pips, 1080. I'm willing to risk that. Is then the 500 at a 900 profit. 57 times 6 plus 900. So that would leave me with a 1200 profit. It's worth the risk. 10 bucks about over that. And if they go past that zone, like I said, that trade would not be valid anyway. So, and I'm willing to put 10 bucks on the line for that one because it will give me another $300 down. It's definitely worth taking that risk. And if it goes past that, I'm gonna watch it when it comes into that area here. If it does turn around and I get one red Heikenhashi candle, then I'm gonna add a couple more positions up here because then my stop loss is only 5 pips, so I could make up for that huge stop loss and add a little bit more trade size to that. And I'm back. I muted myself. I went to the bathroom. I just didn't want to announce it because of the spammer. So, but yeah, had to use the bathroom. But I'm back. And we're still here. Great. It's definitely nice to see another demand zone here, right where my entry is. So that means we're building supply zone. I'm sorry, not demand zone. So we're building our forming steps down, so to speak. That's definitely a good thing to see. However, I'm not even considering putting my stop loss to break even before we cross the middle line here. The only bad situation here is that the stop loss was so high. I would have liked to take the same, well, almost same trade size again, because then the move down would be 1800 instead of 900. But you can only take what the market gives you. As long as I make up for my loss and end the day in profit, that's a good thing. So I can't be mad about that. I'm still gonna leave my pending order up here because it did not bring it back here, just in case. And like I said, this is a a little bit over $10 of risk. That's not gonna make a huge impact anymore. And if it works out, I'll make another 300 something on top of the 900 if it makes it to the profit target, that is. However, in this case, because we had this huge up move, if I do get a support, that blue line printing and all the reversal indications, I will close the trade immediately. Then I'll just take what I get. Hopefully it's enough to cover the loss for the day. And then I will call it a night. So let's hope this trade works out. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for that. I had to switch to the old computer real quick. Okay, let's see if we get that entry and if it holds. That's the more important thing. Again, we still could go up to this supply zone up here. I wouldn't put that past yet at all. Is it done playing around now? Maybe next time I try to set a pending order instead of taking the trade right away at my maximum pip risk, because then I would have been tapped in right here. It would have been 10 pips. Maybe widen that to 12 pips just in case. Let's say 11 pips. Let's do 11 pips going forward. 11 pips. So basically, if I get a signal, I get all the confirmation, but I'm like more than 11 pips from my stop loss, then I will just put up a pending order next time, which literally would have been right here with 11 pips. Because then I get the trade size that I want, get the stop loss that I want, and I'm still at the same place. And I would have a much better entry at that point. So I'm gonna try that next time. And if it runs away, it runs away, then that's fine. And I'm just gonna take the next trade. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make that a rule. So 11 pips max is my stop loss, and if it's more than that, I'm gonna set a pending order with if I want my stop loss to be here because of the zone, I would go down 11 pips from here, which would have been right here, and I would have been tapped in right here on this candle and still have the stop loss that I want. That's how I'm gonna do it going forward from now on. All right, let's see. So far so good. Hopefully this was the last time that they played around here. So at the moment we're looking at a minimum of, yeah, still around 50 pips. So let's hope it can push down a little bit this time. I'm still a little bit weary about that zone here because that is a demand zone, and it did tap into here and shoot up like a rocket. So if we make it down here, I might put my stop loss at break even. Just in case. Okay, so we did break that demand zone. That's good. You can see that here we actually went through. It's gone. So you might see price tapping into this supply zone here now and then continue down. Hopefully. Holding my breath. It's definitely the last trade I'm taking today. Hopefully it goes quick. But I'm willing to sit through it. Okay, so we tapped into that zone. That's good. You can see how that zone hollows out if there was a tap into the zone, which we did not have on this one. So hopefully we continue down from here. We definitely started a downtrend here. We broke this low, we broke this low, and hopefully we can break this low now. That's what I want to see. I want to see continuing down. And again, I'm going to keep all three positions until I see the reversal of this, which looks like this. Yeah, until we see a support with reversal indication, like here. That's how far I keep it. Or if you go into the buy zone, then I'm considering taking profit as well. Make it maybe after a white Heikin-Ashi candle prints after we go into the buy zone, something like that. And again, the only thing I'm weary about is this demand zone here, because we did tap into this zone and then shot up very sharply. So gotta keep an eye on when price gets into here. Might put my stop loss to break even when it happens, just in case. As soon as we tap into that zone. Yeah, I'm gonna put my stop loss to break even once we hit this zone, just in case. I don't trust it. We might shoot a little bit higher again. I'd rather get stopped out at break even than taking another hit. And if I'm on the right way, then since we already tapped into this supply zone, it should not come back up here. We might create another supply zone here. It might come back to that one and then continue down. So if we go in the right way, this should be safe at break even once we hit this area down here. Yeah, I guess I can take this off now. I can always manually enter if price taps into it again. Okay, so right around here, where that white line is, that's where I move my stop loss to break even. Oops. There we go. And if we hit the zone, I'm going to wait for confirmation, meaning a red Heikenhashi candle forming before I jump in. I just don't want to take any more risk right now. Same up here. And back again. I had to switch to the other computer real quick. So the reason why I'm cutting out when I switch over to the other computer is I have a USB switch for my keyboard, my mouse, and my soundbar, and it's connected to both computers. So when I switch to the other computer, it basically cuts the microphone off since it's connected to my soundbar for the time being. And then when I switch back, I come back in with a microphone, in case you're wondering. So. And there's also a USB drive plugged in, so that's why this USB File Explorer window always comes up when I switch back. It was very convenient though to copy all the data over from the old computer because I had that USB drive in there, so I just pushed the switch and then I was on the old computer and I put everything in the USB drive that I needed. Then I pushed the switch again and then it was automatically connected to the new computer, and I just dragged it on the hard drive on the new computer. So it made it very, very easy to move the stuff back and forth. And I'm also going to keep my old computer for a while because I still have my bot testing going on there and my send accounts. So I'm going to keep that for a while. And that switch makes it easy to go back and forth. So we're getting closer to the white line. As soon as we are in there, I'm going to move my stop loss to break even. Just in case. Yeah, because that move was a pretty hefty reaction, and that's usually evidence of a strong demand zone. I don't want it to shoot back up again after that and stop me out. So I'd rather take a break even hit at that point. And if we make it past it and we go on the right way, then I don't have anything to worry about anyway. So, like I said, as soon as we get beneath that white line, my stop losses are being brought down to break even. And what's my commission on that? 180. So I need a $2 profit on my lowest position. It's my lowest one. 84. So, and then I adjust the other ones accordingly. Okay. And also the fact that we're going down so slowly is another thing that makes me worry, because we had a big push up in 4 candles, and then it takes 2 hours to get back down. That's usually an indication that the momentum in the market is up and not down. So that is also another thing that makes me a little weary. But I took a perfect entry, so again, let's just see what happens. However, as soon as it gets close to here, that's when I'm definitely going to put my stop loss to break even. Not before that, though. Usually I do that once we pass the middle line. But in this case, I'm willing to make an exception, because this could be a zone where price hits and then shoots up again. I might even close one of the positions down there, just in case. And when you get a lot of sell arrows, like you get here, white, 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 white arrows, that's usually an indication for a very weak downtrend as well. Can't set my stop loss to break even yet, so gotta go through that. Looks like we're gonna make another upswing, but can't do it yet. So now we might test this one here, or this one, or even hit the stop loss. So I don't know. We'll find out. I can't even bring my stop loss down a little bit because that zone is still here, and I calculated that in, and it hasn't been touched yet, so can't move it yet. So I have to wait and see if the entry was good or not. There's nothing else I can do. Sorry for the noises, but I'm filling up my tank. That's right by the microphone. Excuse me. Again, my minimum target is the support popping up on somewhere around here, wherever it is. Before that, I'm not willing to take profit, and I'm not willing to move my stop loss to break even before we are in that demand zone down there. This kind of movement is worse than what we had before the market opened. Definitely had more movement going on down here. This is really something. Just gonna check the 1 hour chart real quick, see where we at. Definitely not liking this, but I'm sticking to the plan. That's all I can do. It got me through the first part of the challenge, so I'm gonna stick with it. And back again. Check, check. Yeah, okay. Still there. Maybe you can get going now. That would be very nice. All right. It's like someone heard me. So yeah, like I said, I'm gonna keep those trades on until I get a support level and reversal indication somewhere. I'm hoping that we're gonna reach the other side before that happens, but since I already had a loss, I'm more than happy to take profit at wherever that is, so I can at least make up for that loss, and hopefully enough to level it out. So I'm not gonna be picky. And lesson learned, next time if I'm outside of my stop loss or my pips that I defined to 10 pips or 11, then I will not take the trade and put a pending order at the max distance that I can, hoping that I get tapped in, which in this case I would have been. And then I could have taken my full lot size, trade size, and would have a better entry, and probably would have made up for the loss already at this point. So I'm definitely going to do that next time. Because then my entry would have been right here on that wick here, and I would be up close to 20 pips with the full trading size. 20 times 118, 3, 30, 354, so 3540 times 3540. Yeah, I would have had my loss already in at this point. Gonna keep that in mind for next time. And if it doesn't come back, well, then it doesn't come back. Or maybe just take one position and then take 2 additional if you actually make it back there. Something like that. Lesson learned. And looks like we made it out of the sell zone. Finally. Let's hope we can pick up some speed now. Okay, we're officially out of the sell zone. That's good. The only thing again that I'm weary of is that demand zone here, because we had this huge push up out of it. And the order block for that is somewhere around here. So I'm gonna, as soon as we hit that white line, I'm gonna set my stop loss to break even just in case we get another push up from there, which could be possible. And I'm not willing to take a hit again. So I'm just gonna move my stop loss to break even at that point, hoping that it's gonna hold and we continue down. Just in case. Can't believe it's London session. All right, come on, let's go. Enough playing around. Let's just hope we make it through that demand zone. Almost time to move the stop loss. All right, let's move those down. Oh, we went right through. Nice. Definitely like to see that. Still gonna move my stop loss though. Paste. Same here. Alrighty. Definitely not mad seeing this. Okay, so stop loss is at break even at this point. It's definitely nice to see that push through that demand zone there. So looks like we're on the right track here. Now I'm hoping we make it to the buy zone, which again, from backtesting, I know that once we come out of the sell zone like this, then we should definitely at least make it back to the buy zone. So let's hope that happens, because then, well, it's not quite the distance anymore. It's 46 pips. Or maybe we can, maybe that's the demand zone they're aiming for. They will put me up about $300-400 on a day, making up for the loss and booking some profits. And then maybe we get a smoother trade tomorrow. As long as we're making profit on a day, I'm happy. And it looks like we already made up for the loss. Let's see. I think it was like 500, 520. Yeah. So technically we're already green on the day. However, like I said, from backtesting, I know that it should at least make it into the buy zone. So I'm gonna let it run down there. Definitely happy to see a nice push like that. It's about time. So if we can get about 850 out of this, I'm happy. As long as we make some profits. And again, I have 8 weeks to make it through a verification. The only reason that would keep me from going through all the way would be that blue support showing up. That would force me to close the trade. Because again, I lowered the sensitivity of those by 100%. So if they do show up, they usually carry some weight. And I'm not gonna risk to break even on a day over that. Just to test the theory. Like I said, I personally think that we're gonna make it down to this demand zone here, because that would be smack middle in the buy zone at this point. We might even make it down to this one here. So let's just see what happens. Can take this line off. So that was nice to see, definitely. Now we need some follow through. Go down there. This is not what I want to see. It's exactly what I do not want to see. So a reverse signal would be the yellow arrow, white Heiken-Ashi, and the green buy arrow. If we see that, I have to close the trade. Let's hope that is not happening here. That's definitely the least thing I wanted to see. But I need both arrows in addition to the support level in order to close out the trade. Because I'm not closing it out before it is confirmed. Which would suck. But it is what it is. Let's hope it doesn't confirm. Can't close out yet. Probably should though. Sticking to the plan. So now we have the yellow arrow. Let's see. Doesn't look good, but it is what it is. I was hoping to at least break even on the day, but if that's what it is, then that's what I'm gonna take. Just getting my script ready. Do I have a hotkey on there? Nope. Set. Alt. Z. Set. Alt. Okay. So, looks like we're gonna close out here soon. That really sucked, but it is what it is. Waiting on a green arrow. The green arrow comes in, I don't have a choice. I'm hoping it's not. I'm hoping we're going further down. But once the green arrow comes in, I have no choice, because we already have the non-repaint arrow, we have the support indication here, we got the yellow arrow, we have buy volume, so if the green arrow comes up on top, then I have to close out. I'm hoping I don't have to. Might be just a quick pullback because we had a really hard push coming down. Might be just taking a breather before the next. Okay. Definitely like that. Getting ready. And more buy volume coming in now. Yeah. Not good. Yeah, this is not looking good. I don't have the arrow yet though. Still hoping. Almost hit the button. Well, we're not dead yet, so I'm still alive. Looks like I have to close this out. Yep, there's the arrow. Alrighty. Don't have a choice. Had to close it because we got the arrow coming in too. Okay. It says at 47,877. Alright, I'm gonna call it a night because before we get another entry, might be too long for me. It's almost 6 now anyway. Now, just as a note, if that does happen like this, where you're in a trade going down, especially if you're all the way out there, and this happens, you can close it out there. If you then get a reversal going down again, you can re-enter there. But I'm not gonna wait for that now. Just gonna hope that we have a better day tomorrow. Let's just refresh that and see where we are. So we're 124 down on the day. I'm gonna leave it like that, and then hopefully we have a better day tomorrow. You all have a great rest of your night, morning, whatever you time zone you're in. Thanks for stopping by. Don't forget to subscribe, like the video, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye.